The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antares ship.
Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Long series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we're playing Infraspace. So occasionally we should see a steel truck come out of here and go over to the concrete just to go into the storage. And what we're going to do is we're going to put a collection center and distribution center right next to each other and have the distribution center set up to just one storage. So they're going to be coming down the road and going straight in. So in order to do that, we're going to have to move things, and we do not have to pause this entire time because there is at least one other storage that they can go into. So first thing is collection center. The separated white building at the top is where the roads come in. So we're going to put them there. And then the same thing with the distribution center. The little building at the top is where the roads are. And then this, oh, I forgot that I have to hold it, is going to go over here. Just like that. I also found out that a good way to figure out which way this is facing is that the road comes out of the bottom of the house icon. It took me a while to figure out how to tell which way it goes before placing it down. So that road goes straight into there. This road goes straight into the next building, and this one goes into the storage. Doesn't matter which one you go into on the storage, it's a one-way. They both go in. These buildings, one in, one out, and it's always in on the right, out on the left. Now this is automatically set up for sand, so we need to switch it over to concrete. And then the same with this, switch that over to concrete. And it automatically gets linked up with the storage because it's in the sphere. And then we link these together. And now we should see that trucks go in and out immediately and go straight into the storage. This also means that everything in this sphere will never go anywhere else because it is green. So when we do the same thing over here on the steel, we're going to have to move stuff around. But we also need to make sure that we do not cover every one of these buildings. Because, if you guys remember, some of it is used for other stuff. So, what we're going to do is make sure that we're only collecting 4 buildings into storage and the rest go out to the map. So I think what we should do is reorientate this road a little bit. In the other save file, all I did so that everything is on the bottom of the road is move this road up and then everything fits right here. But what I think we're going to do with this one is we are going to make a secondary road come off of this and only have 4 steel buildings on that road going straight into storage, and then everything right here is going to be for around the city. So, in order to do that, first I want to see what is stuck in traffic. This should be steel that's empty, that is coming back from the concrete area. We have steel. There's some concrete coming over here to the storage because of us deleting what was over here. Now, when we do stuff to this area, they're not going to have a place to go to, so they're just going to stay in the building until the building is completely full, right here. We also have production increases due to fixing the ship. What is our next thing that we're doing? We don't have anything assigned yet, so let's take a look. That's the wrong button. Wait a minute. Before we do that, we are 97% done the next research into fertilizer. And then we go into iridium mining. I have not gotten into red science in the other map, but I know we need superconductors for one ship fix. One ship fix. So we'll probably do just a little bit of red signs just to get superconductors, and then we probably won't do the rest of this since it's all terraform stuff, unless you guys want to do that later on. We'll take a poll when we get to that point. Fertilizer is just to increase the output of farms. Iridium into holo displays and all this stuff is for, well, these two are for the city. This is just to increase factories. Or no, AI is required for red signs. We don't need the AI for anything else, right? I wrote it down on my paper. Where is AI? AI control unit. Yeah, the only thing it's used for is red signs. We do need VR edutainment, which I don't see it anywhere. Is it in holo displays? It is. So in the holo display signs, there's the VR edutainment factory and a holo display factory. The holo display factory is used to make the VR edutainment along with neural processors. But aside from that, we don't need it for anything else. We are going to need uranium mining. So the nuclear power thing here in yellow, we're going to need that for fixing the ship. Because one of the ship fixes is two things that you use uranium for. So the first thing you use uranium for creates an item that you mix with iridium, and then that makes a third item. The first and third item is needed to fix the ship for one task. So it's like a before and after requirement. Anyway, I was looking at the science because I saw how close we are to finishing it. And we are going to change things that are going to affect how science comes in. We're also probably going to need to move our aluminum to a different place. I think I might make it come across the mountain, across this road, and just tie into the highway somehow. There's the enrichment thing. This area is just super backed up. Is there a way for us to fix this? I don't think there is. This is only a one-lane road. Oh, have fun lurking, Gino. So the first immediate thing we could do is temporarily increase the size of those roads. Hello, little one. What are you doing? What? One of the gray tuxedos is on my bed, meowing. Oh, it's actually in shot of camera. I was gonna keep the camera where it was in the last stream, but I kept bumping into it later in the day when I was trying to feed the cats again. So I decided to move it to where it's crooked, and then we'll have to fix it every time we go to feed them on stream, since it only takes a few seconds to set up. Okay, all the carbon is now moving around, so that means whatever the carbon is used for should be getting their buildings. In terms of concrete trucks, well, that's steel going to the building, but in terms of the concrete trucks that were coming over here to put the steel back, they should make a return trip and then never leave this area. And then the carbon here, is this two directions? It is not. Let's make the carbon road at the very end be 2 lanes so they can go both directions without getting in each other's way. We don't need the whole road being that large because it's just one type of truck coming out. I should probably do this so that they can separate at the node instead of down here. That'll help over time. Anyway, what I was saying we were going to do earlier is move steel around. And what I think I'm going to do is set up this whole system first and work our way back. So we're going to reuse this storage, but not right away. First thing is collection center. We do have iron in the way. Maybe we should place it down here, because we're not going to use the sulfur. And we could make all the iron come up this way and directly in. Let's actually do that now. So we don't have to worry about it later. I'm going to keep the road where it is, because if we need more iron, we can come down this way. Okay, so over here is going to be where we're going to put the stuff. And we need distribution center. You know, now that we're doing it this way, I can put these way over here. Let's go like this. I just want to know if there's enough room for this in here. There is. Where does the road end up being? In the middle. So we are going to have a road that goes here to here. Right next to this is the collection center, which is connected directly in. Whoops, misclicked there. And next to that is where all of our steel is going to come in. So we are going to bring down a 4-lane road that gets split off from here. On this side, it's just going in. We need to change this to being adamantine so that sand does not come over here. And then on this side, we want to first turn this down. Oh, I didn't change the size. They're holding 200 concrete in here. And in here. We don't want them holding that much. It'll be the same on this. This is going to be set for steel. You, on the other hand, I want to turn you down. You don't need to be that large. Let's continue this going all the way down. And hope that when I move 4 steel buildings over here, they all fit on this road. Don't know if they do. You need water coming down here, though. So let's bring a water line all the way down. Off to visit Mom for a bit. Have fun, you know. Don't know how late I am to that message. But if you're still able to hear me, have fun. Here, here, here. Alright, can I put one on the other side and it still gets covered? We won't know until I change that from adamantine to steel. But that's 100% within the circle. So, I am going to keep it like that. That means we can now delete these. There's a pumpkaboo in chat if anyone wants a pumpkin. Don't remember if it's ghost and grass, but I know it's a ghost type Pokemon. That's like a jack-o'-lantern. So when we turn this to steel, they all turn green. That means those 4 buildings are not going to go anywhere but in here. And then this is going to be connected into this. Now this should tie in directly. Sometimes it doesn't work out the node, but it did that time. So we can delete this. This steel should go throughout the city, and anytime we add more, we just have to make sure not to get too close to this specific road. And then we're fine. Now, in terms of collecting steel, it looks like nothing is coming over here now. So all of this steel should be coming this way and going into motors. We're visually halfway done iridium mining, but not actually. Because that looks like halfway done. Anyway, an issue we have is that we do not have everything unlocked just yet. So what I think we're going to do is go around and put a few of these buildings down, because I don't know what they do. It's a recycling center, so I'm assuming if I do this, go to your first power-up building, and then we put a little road on this. Do you need to be connected into an actual road? Like if I bring you over here, do you need to be transporting a vehicle? This building enables resource-free production once in every 5 production cycles. It applies to industries in the surrounding area that support this improvement. It doesn't say that it's like putting trash trucks on the road. It does require a road. And this should mean that we occasionally make one more. Oh no, because we did the passenger deck fix, we get one more. Okay, we are going to get rid of this since we know that it does not require to send vehicles out. I want to move where it is. And then we're going to place a few more of those around the city just to make things a little bit better. This is going to be a difficult one. I think what I should do is put one up here. And then one down here on the back. And then we'll obviously add a little road for that. Over here is going to be a little bit more difficult to cover because of everything being so close together. But it should be alright. This one can go right here to cover most of that, and this can go over here to cover the rest. Down here is where it gets a little tricky. Now, I do know that this is going to have to be over here. Oh, this can go right here. No, it's going to have to come up here. And that requires a road. What I think I'm going to do... Well, first we should test out if it needs to be connected in to send out machines. Doesn't seem like it, because if it would need to be connected in, it would have already sent out trucks. Let's just go like that. What's next? This down here, since we know we no longer need that space. Over here, I'm going to place them here, and then I guess down here seems fine. How close can I get to concrete? Not very close. So you go there, here you go there. This is gonna go here to cover most of that. We put one for the steel down here, one to cover all of them. I'm gonna put 2 in here. One here. One here. We're gonna need to add roads to both of them. And then we're almost done, I think. Because this is only for production stuff. That should be everything. Nope, we have some over here for our power. And I'm gonna guess that this will cover all of the power there. Yes. Now we just need to add little roads. Okay. There's something down here that needs a road. I'm going to assume that this was turned the wrong way. No, it's because this is a highway. It doesn't actually count as a road. So let's flip this over. Add a road right there. Any other icons anywhere around the city? It looks like we're not fully upgraded. So what are you guys missing? Just enough goods for it to upgrade. We have the goods coming in, it just doesn't have enough. Okay, let's take a look at our production before we start doing other things. It looks like we need more water, more oxygen. So, oxygen. Let's continue this road so we have something to place on. And add a little bit more water. What about other stuff? It looks like we need more farms. What farm is that? I think it's the small farm. It is the small one. If I add one of those in... Oh, we need two. Let's do that. Let's take a look through the rest of the stuff and see how we're creating things. There should be a surplus of everything. That is a very large surplus of food to what we need. We probably will also need more chemicals. So this is 1 every 10 seconds, so that's 2 every 10 seconds. You make 2 every 10 seconds. We do need at least one more chemical plant over here. That would have shown somewhere up here, wherever the chemical thing is. I lost it. There it is. So we would have got to that eventually. Anyway, let's focus through the rest of this. I'm not seeing anything so far that's saying that we need to build more. The water distiller is exactly double because I did not like it being the exact amount that we needed. It's the only reason why it's 24 to 12. Everything else seems to be correct. We could put in another motor just to have a bigger buffer, but we should be fine with that. So we end on plastic. Chips are fine, that's fine. This is close but fine. That's 20 above. We need sulfur, which we knew because of the farms being added in. We're making a lot of sand. Probably don't need that much sand. And then this is difficult to tell. These two numbers should be the same. Plus this, so that's 268.5 is what we need. So we're making an extra 20 steel on top of how much we need for the city. We're making 236 for in storage. Anyway, we need to add another sulfur mine, which is down here. Put you in right there. Move the road over. We don't have to look at that for a little bit. Let's take a look at the ship and see what we're going to be able to complete next. Now, in terms of things we unlock very quickly, we could do this one very quickly. It's blue signs and chemicals. The rest is brought in by pipes, and they're done instantly. In terms of what is on screen, what is visible? I see hull, and then I see two big words that I can't read because it's very small. I'm gonna guess that's radiation shield. So let's try doing something above storage deck first so that we can move this stuff up in the to-do list on the bottom of the screen. We could do this. It's green chips, plastic, and aluminum. This is the VR edutainment, so we don't have that unlocked yet. We have the other two stuff though. And we have computers, but we don't have holo display, which gets unlocked with the VR edutainment because that's used to make the VR stuff. This is iridium stuff. We don't have them unlocked yet. We don't have superconductors. That is the only red science we actually need to unlock to get this completed. This we could do. It's just copper bars, neuroprocessors, and distilled water. We can't do that. This actually is more red science stuff, so we're going to need to do some terraforming science buildings just to get this completed. We don't have this yet. That's the heat exchanger. And this is the stuff that I was telling you about that requires different things. So this item here, the radiation core, requires enriched uranium in order to make it mixed with iridium rods. But we also need enriched uranium for completing this. So I think what we're going to do is this one first, because it seems like the easiest thing. It is going to require things that we're going to need somewhere else. So if I were to pick something here. We can't really tell the aluminum to come down here because it's too far away. Unless I put a distribution center way over there. But it would be a one-time use distribution center or collection center. So I think we'll just have this calling aluminum casually. And instead we will use this to call in all the plastic. Which is going to cause issues for what? Plastic goes into home appliances and motors, so that's level 3 housing. But don't the green chips go in there as well? Yes. So this is going to downgrade our town quite a bit, regardless of which one I choose. So I'm going to choose plastic there and plastic here. And then this should make everything come quicker into this. And what I'm going to do down here is change the lanes here because they don't need to switch like this. Same thing here. You should be able to go straight across without having to change lanes. Another thing that I noticed in the other city is that when we get into the larger size, once we start having everything fully leveled up, which they're going to downgrade in a little bit, this area here gets very backed up on traffic. So what we're going to do now, before I forget, is we are going to change how the highway works here. So this is going to go over a little bit. This is also going to come over. I think I had this road in. You came straight across. This comes over and doesn't need to go up, although I don't think I do. We have iridium mining and reinforced iridium factory, so we could start doing some iridium factory stuff, but I think we'll wait. Now this disconnects if I move it that way, so let's put it here. Now, in terms of what comes up and down here, I need to see if anything turns left and goes south. I see blue things going down there. What are they? That's blue signs. Blue signs should not be coming down this road. Blue signs should be coming on this. Oh, wait, blue signs was coming up here. No. Why was blue signs coming down this road? They shouldn't be on here. You guys should be focusing on this. So you're coming out of here, you're going in this lane, then you're getting out of the lane to come down. Maybe it's because I moved the road. Maybe their AI got weirded out because I moved the road. That somewhat makes sense. If I keep going... It 100% looks like everything goes north. And then things that go to these two roads come south and split off. Nothing's really going to the southern part of the city. There's a whooper in chat, not to be confused with a whopper. I don't even know how to describe it. It's not an axolotl, but it's similar to one. I don't know. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to delete this. How do I want to reorientate this? I want to make it so that they don't have to cross over each other. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is... well, one, delete the entire thing. I'm gonna want this to come up one. Just so that I can pass a road below to link into this. So that they go in on the right side. Let's do that first. I'm going to clear all of the icons. And then I only need a one-lane road going over there. So if I go like this, it'll make sense later why I'm doing that extra node there. And then we're obviously going to need one that goes straight in. That node is going to come over here, cross over, come down. That's all the stuff coming down, going to the left, to the right. This goes straight in. Okay, now we make this actually functionable and the lane math correct. So let's double that, double this. Everything else should work once we get things moving around. First thing I want to do is make this straight with that road. And then I think we just need to move the nodes further away from where they're connecting in. I think I might want a second node on this portion here. Let's delete that. I want to move this stuff down more, this over more. I think I might move that plastic just so that this will work out. You go to here and go up. And then I want to put a 2-lane road here, I think, going into that. Is that one too high? It is. Alright, you go over here. This one can link with it. That should make that look better. We are going to move this one plastic so that we can keep this for the lanes. And this one I also think needs to be 2 nodes. It's going to be 1 node going to here and then in. But this is going to be down. And then if I make this that, that makes that look a little bit better visually. In here, we want it to go into any lane. Now there is a lot of trucks that come this way that are going to go north. So them going down to 1 lane may cause issues later on, but I think they will be able to work themselves out, actually. Why does this look different than the other one? Because it's not as long. Not sure. I definitely want that like this. If I move this out a little bit further. That's still making this look like it's getting extra steep right there compared to how this one is. I'm gonna leave it, because I feel like at that point we're just getting unnecessary stuff. You go straight up into there. This one over here, gonna go up here and then in. That should make it look a little bit better, especially if we were to move that node underneath this bridge. Which I think we're gonna move this to here. This underneath if I can. Doesn't look like I can while that is there. This one's gonna go over here. Which I also can't place there because I don't know. Okay, this has to go up one. That's for sure. Then I could put that there, and this should be able to go underneath the bridge. But for some reason, it's not letting me. So let's delete this. Bring this back, and then rebuild that. And then this right here, I want to curve it if I can. That looks a little bit better. You should be straight. Visually, that looks better. Now what I should do over on this side is move this node here. No, that's a little too high. Should I try putting it right in the middle? Where the cursor is, maybe? Trying to make a better curve on this. If we were to delete this, where would it delete it to? To underneath the bridge. So we're going to need to delete that and this just so we can build that back over once this node is moved over. And then that messes this whole system up again. And then build this back in. Okay. Next thing is to click on this road, curve, and curve. This, I don't like being like that. Let's straighten that out. And this one, yeah, we can straighten that out as well. Alright, now doodle lanes over here. So that was in the correct spot. This is not, that is not. And one more. Now we need to do all this stuff. So that's gone. This goes into this one. That's not needed. And orange goes into here. Right here splits correctly. This combines correctly. And then we just have this road being a little too curved right there. So what we could do is move this back an extra node. And that might make things look a little bit more smooth, but I think we might actually just be fine the way that we are. So now this should mean that when the traffic gets bad, everything should flow a little bit easier. Another thing that I did do is right here, I think I put a yield sign to this road so that when we have a lot of things coming up, these guys don't have priority over it. But we should see that things are starting to leave this a little bit quicker. We can upgrade this to being 2 lanes, then this being 3, and have all 3 coming in here if this gets very busy. I think we should be fine, especially after the aluminum stops being called to up here. And it looks like our green chips are almost done. We're just having an issue getting our plastic. No, why is that? Oh, we just cut off plastic going across the road. Alright, we're gonna make a temporary bypass lane. Could I put it underneath? I can. That goes in there. I don't like this extra node right there. And then we have to look at this again. You there, you there. Alright, this road's gonna disappear at some point, but we need plastic being able to get over here. Why is no plastic leaving? They should be able to leave. They can come down here, they can switch over before that node. Appliances, appliances, appliances. Why is plastic not leaving the building? If I turn this off of plastic, do the trucks start leaving the building? Okay, let's put that back on and see if they stop leaving the buildings now. Maybe I just needed to reload. So a lot of them right now are going to go to where they need to be and then also up the highway. Now, why are they having an issue leaving? What does plastic get used for again? Two things, home appliances and motors. The two things that are across the road from it. So we could, to make things a little bit better, put a bypass road getting over to here for plastic so that they don't have to cross this road. Which I would probably place over here, butting into the motors. What is causing a lot of traffic though? Sand, aluminum, organic waste. I think there's just a lot of traffic right here due to the aluminum going up. This is also not getting plastic again, so we're gonna stop that being plastic. Now the trucks are leaving again. Okay, so we slowed down this quite drastically. Turn that back to adamantine. We could turn it on to green chips, but they're at 200 out of 250. The aluminum's also almost done. It only needs another, well, less than 100. It actually only needs the amount of cars that it says are currently being delivered, although that number does not go down. I'm also waiting for plastic to update. It says that there's 30 in transit. I think I can see some red trucks going over to it now. Yes, they definitely did. So now all the excess plastic that we're making should be coming up here. Just checking on the kittens. Also, an update on the chickens. First, before I even say that, there's a deerling in chat if anyone wants a deer Pokemon. This would be a fawn. And then it turns into Saul's buck, which is a full-blown deer. Update on the kittens. They are now seemingly fully trained to use cat litter. So the upcoming week, I'm going to be moving the cat litter that's right next to me. Due to them peeing around the computer, I put cat litter around here so that they could learn to go to that spot and not use the rug. For the first few days after last Saturday, up to about maybe Tuesday, they were occasionally peeing on the rug or on the carpet in different areas, not really the computer area, but just on the carpet. Over the course of the last 3 days, yeah, that would be 3 days, Wednesday to today, they have been using the cat litter as far as I've seen every time. I haven't seen them pee on the carpet anywhere else. And they're also using the 2 cat litter boxes that I have left in a different corner of the room, which you guys can kind of see on the cat camera behind the cat tree where the pole is. In that corner where the wood wall meets the white wall, there's 2 cat litter boxes for Mama Cat. And I've seen them also going into that corner to use per cat litter. So they are distinguishing using litter over rug, and they're not picking specifically this area over the entire room. So they're learning. And what I'm going to be doing over the course of the next few days is slowly moving this box closer to those two boxes so that they can stay away from the computer altogether. And then I can start moving the boxes away from it so that I can sit closer to the computer and actually be comfortable in this chair again. I am ever so slightly too far away for my arm reach on the keyboard. But that's why occasionally I get really close to the camera. Are you still requesting vehicles? Because you're 100 shy of finishing this off. You are, it just seems very slow. Alright, another thing that I did to help with traffic is I moved a highway ramp to being below the blue chips and connecting straight into them at the bottom, because this area gets a lot of traffic, excuse me, and I kind of wanted this to be vehicles coming in from the city going in here and down, not necessarily a lot of traffic blocking everything going up and out. I also noticed that this road is not ever being used, so we don't need that. This one can then be straightened out. And it needs to only be a one-lane road now. So this road is everything that came up to here to drop off being returned. This ramp is what we're going to move. And I think we will... The road here. It goes in. I want this portion to be 2 lanes, actually. What is going on here? There we go. So that they can go into 2 different directions. Some of them go into the blue chips, the stuff that's going to come up here. Other stuff goes up here into the computers. So, next thing we need to do is just add the ramp. Now, I'm trying to keep the nodes far away from each other, which is why I placed it out here. We're going to make a ramp that loops back in. So if I go out to here, and then we just go like this. They will almost immediately use this right away. And by almost, I mean they are already using it immediately. And we have our first ads, so for those who are not subscribed, I will see you guys soon. As for everyone who is subscribed, you're going to see me doing this entire thing. And pretty much all I'm doing is making these locked in place. Let's actually use the buttons for these two. And also for these two. I don't like this not being straight, though. Yeah, this might actually have to be the way that they had it. Okay, let's see how this button makes stuff look over here. It might be just better using that. Yeah. Aesthetically, it looks better. So now everything that was using this ramp should be using this ramp to go up and in. So we don't need this anymore, but they do leave here and return back down. They're just not blocking the stuff returning from the city. Is this aluminum? It is aluminum. So something over here uses the aluminum. Now, another thing that's different from the other city, which I see we put in a road over here in case we wanted to move it, is the aluminum we have coming from the south. I have placed up here on the hill. Don't know if we're going to need to move this road, because as far as I know, aluminum is already set up for everything that uses it. We don't need it for anything else. So as long as we don't have to move this road specifically, it could stay there. I did set up uranium and iridium over here. for that one item that makes the explosion icon, but the rest of the stuff is going to be set up over here out of the tier 3 science here, or tier 3 industry. And the only thing that I did not unlock in tier 3 is the superconductor factory, because that requires red science. But as far as I know, this is everything that we need to finish the ship, except for something in here. Alright, that uses the superconductors, and that makes one wheel. We'll just call that a wheel for now. We take that, we put it into this one with green science and the AI units, which we're going to be making for the red science itself, and that makes 2 wheels. We need 2 wheels for one of the research things. We also need this, which takes the explosion icon and the superconductors and makes a red icon. Welcome back, everyone, from ads. We're going over the things that we need from the terraforming in order to finish the ship, and it looks like it's just the first 3 buildings. So that's the... Oh, we can see the 3 different things that we need to unlock. Terraforming, ground acidity regulation, and magnetic field generation. Probably going to forget what those 3 things are immediately. Is it just these 3? Okay, so I think we will unlock all the signs. I was trying to avoid it, but if we only unlock the things that we need, we're going to need this whole line here, and then that just leaves drone fertilization and ammonia extraction afterwards. And honestly, I think we might as well just unlock it all. In terms of what we need in order to do everything, I'm just going to stop researching things we don't need. Right away. We don't really need AI units for anything currently. We do need the radiation core factory, so we will reset that and then get us on all of this stuff. That's what we need for the ship. No, let's not put red signs on here yet. We'll leave all the yellow stuff not queued up. You know what? Let's actually queue them up. Alright, so we moved around everything that we need for the ship. And then we also queued up red science after the ship stuff, and then all the yellow stuff we don't need right away. And if we get to this point and are ready to start the rest of the stuff, then we'll unqueue the yellow science that we don't need. I kind of do want that workshop though, because the workshop will help us with other things in here. Where do we even place the workshop? High-tech workshop right there. This incredibly advanced instrumentation will take your industries to a new level, increase production speed by 50%, so they will work twice as fast. Is that something that we require now? I'm not sure. The next sign should unlock both of these, though. So with these 2 buildings alone, we can do 1 rocket research done. We are within 60 plastic being required. I think we will make that bypass lane. Can I make this go down so that we can build this bypass road over it. Oh, we can. Now, these are 2 buildings wide. I think if I go to here... No, here. That lines up with this road. Oh, it lines up right here. If I just do that and then back down, we obviously need to move this up just so that that road can be used. But now motors should be, or not motors, plastic should be able to come over here just to go into this area. And I am going to get rid of the straight across road. So now, if they are using this road, they are either coming back from here. You know what? No, let's do this even further. Let's make them not able to go straight across at all. So, if they're coming from here, going down here, they're only using this road. If they are coming down this road, they are leaving, going towards the other building. Now, why are steel trucks using this? Because they can't get straight across here anymore. Where are you guys going to go? They're going to come all the way down here, go to the other road, and return back. So what I am going to do as a temporary road, so that they can return earlier, is just a node right here. So the steel trucks can still come down here and turn on this and leave, instead of going all the way down. Alright, let's check on the ship, because they should be getting closer. I saw like 7 to 10 trucks leave down this road. There goes another 3, 4, 5. This one truck might be the last one that we're gonna need. Oh, there's one more. I think they do 2 at a time. I didn't look at the icon when I had it pulled up. But if it's 2 at a time, that's... or 24? No, 34. 34 pieces, that's getting closer to now being only 15 trucks needed. 14. So are you the last one we need done? Oh, you're going over here. Oh, not all the trucks leaving down this road go up to the station. I wasn't paying attention to that. You should all be other stuff. So we need pink trucks, like you. Okay. Either way, we're still getting done pretty quickly. Now, another thing I see that's going on is these guys are waiting for them to go first, when it should be the other way around. The same with this. You guys shouldn't be able to turn around anyway, though. And that should keep this moving around. There is a Seadra in chat. That's another Gen 1 Pokemon. I don't think I've seen it before, but I kind of vaguely remember seeing it. Apparently I have it, so I do remember seeing it then. Alright, are you guys almost done? Welcome back, Gino. You're probably still lurking, but I hope you're having fun. Looks like we need just one more truck, and there it is. The final truck. Now we just have to wait a full minute for it to ship this off, and then we can do the next research. Pretty much the entire minute is just waiting for the ship to come out of here and launch. So we're just waiting for the animation to finish. Part of the minute is the ship also returning and going back into the ground. Why do we not see the ship raising it out of the ground? There it goes. Alright. It was just a little bit later than I thought. Okay. And now this whole time, there shouldn't be any icons, but I see computers and food being an issue. Is that an actual issue in production? Ignore these red numbers. That's for the ship. That's going to go away. One of them is this, which is making a surplus, and the other one is computers, which is close. Computers might actually be fluctuating enough to not have enough. But food, on the other hand, is making a large surplus. It's almost 10 more. Let's add in another computer since we are right now close to it. And then that needs more blue chips. What else does computers need? It needs aluminum and plastic. Plastic is good. We're still making a large surplus. We are not making enough aluminum, on the other hand. Green chips, making a large surplus. And sand, a decent amount of surplus. Let's add in an aluminum mine down here. Now we are keeping the orientation of the first road. Whether or not we need to keep doing that, I don't know. We probably won't even use this entire this entire ore node. But anyway, that extra computer system should, once it's set up, be able to keep up with the city. The food issue, I don't know what's going on there. We're making a large amount of surplus that we should not be catching up to it. But for some reason, it's still saying we need it. Now, we did get that research done, or that ship piece done. So that was the bridge. Let's open up the to-do list so that I can edit this, because I think we should be able to finish at least 3 ship pieces before 12. Not 12. Before the usual time we would be raiding out during the school days. So first thing to take off is bridge. Now every time I update the to-do list, it is going to clear chat on screen. So everything below me is going to disappear. But you guys should be able to see it on the normal Twitch. What am I forgetting? The normal Twitch chat. So you should be able to see Telescope now. Yes. Which is this. We can't do that. That's going to be unlocked immediately after we get adamantine, because that requires red science to unlock the research to get that. This, on the other hand, is the next thing we could do very quickly. That's the only one that's not on screen. Let's go down this again, because I noticed another fairly simple thing for us to do, which was this. Why didn't we do the whole... Oh, because of the heat exchanger. Radiation shield, we didn't do that yet because we don't have that unlocked. Alright, let's do the turbine next, then we'll come down here and do thermal systems. Another thing I haven't really been paying attention to is when we fix something on the ship, does it actually visually look fixed? Yes, it does. That looks actually new. I never paid attention to that before. So I'm guessing we also fix these too, because that looks fairly new. Alright, let's start this. And how quickly are you going to be able to do this? This is neural processors, which are down here. They are used for home robots, which is used for the level home that we are at now. The next and final step for the homes is the VR edutainment. We have the schools already set up for them, because they work just like a park does. It's a radius. You don't need to build multiple buildings of it. And we have our homes fluctuating. We have a lot of copper bars coming up here. So the distilled water and the copper bars might get done before the neural processors get done. I could, on the other hand, add one more neural processor just to help with that. No. Who is still using this road? Organic waste and sand. Oh, that's right, they do come over here. Okay, did not think that through. We're gonna have to change this a little bit now. Do I want to use a one-lane, two-directional road down the center going underneath the bridge? I think I do, but I want a node somewhere right here, I think. Alright, let's redesign the wheel. So right through here to that point is a node. And at this point we have to figure out what nodes are going straight across and what aren't. We need to extend the bridge, I think. At least one more or two more nodes. Because right here needs to be a node coming straight across. This is gonna have to be up one to match this. And then hopefully we can go straight down into here at some point once we figure out how we're gonna make that look. And then this would need to come off and go around, so we actually don't want this to be connected. We want two nodes over here. I'm gonna have to figure out how to bring this down. Am I able to just drop this on this side at a certain point? What if we brought this over? This out? Okay, we can do it there, we can't do it here. That's the shortest amount of distance to go down in this area. So what we're going to do is bring this node closer to here. We're going to bring this one more in. Now we're going to bring this over and into there. At this point, that node disappears. Let's put that back in and make sure it stays there. And then this road here has to be one way going the other direction. And then somehow I want to bring a node up and over on the right-hand side. Honestly, I don't think that can be done. I think we're going to need to not have a two-way direction road. So we keep that there. Ignore the icon warning. Now we're going to go up here and in. You are going to come out as a two-lane road. To there, you're also going to need to be two lanes. Alright, this one is up that way and also not downwards. We want you straight across. We're going to fix everything later on so that it all works out. For right now, this is how it's going to look. Can I raise this? I might be able to put it over here. Oh, I can. That makes the bend a little bit more drastic. pull this node out, this one in. You need to stay raised. Not that high, though. Alright, so... what are we bringing over here? This is the one from the highway. The highway also goes down there. This needs to be 2 lanes. And then 1 going straight into here. This is kind of going to be the same one as this. Let's make that straight. And try and fix this road a little bit more. I want this locked into there, and then I want it to be moved. That makes this look not too good. Do I want to make all of this stuff be bridged over top of the highway instead of some of it underneath and some over top of it? I think that might be the easiest way to fix everything that's giving errors. Let's do this. So, move tool. Everything's gonna have to go up 1. It also means that this isn't gonna work. Or maybe it will. If I raise that up by 1. Everything's going to scream for a moment. This down, please. It did not go down because there's 2 roads. Now I can put it down. And for some reason it goes to the wrong spot. Okay, that should help that area a little bit better. So going straight across over the highway should be the 2 lanes that need to cross straight over. I'm gonna redesign this again. We're gonna go back to that idea where it's a 1-lane road going straight across. Now that it looks like this, I can see the vision a little bit better on how it should work. There is another Gen 1 Pokemon in chat. Who is it? It is a Machop. I know I have a Machop. If anyone does not have one from the few times it's been in chat, there is one in chat now. I want this node a little bit closer just to match this. Actually, it's not matching this. Now it is. Okay, so straight across here, things are going to connect in on the right and leave on the right. So I actually want these nodes to be a little bit further away from each other. And I think I actually want these end nodes to be 4-lane road. Because there's going to be 2 lanes merging into it. This one only has to leave and go up. There's going to be 1 coming over the top and going into this node. And then there's the 2 that just go straight down. They're going to be the 2 that we do first. So, do I want to borrow any of these nodes? I think I actually want to redraw this highway. Just to get a normal amount of nodes. And then looking at this, there is one node here. We're going to use that for now. Let's move it back. I actually want to do this a little bit differently. 2 there, and then it's 2 lanes going in. We're going to do a similar thing over here. 2 lanes coming out, 1 lane going in. I want this raised up. That one already is. Because now we have to do the highway roads that are going to go up and over, which are going to cross over each other. Yeah, one of them's just going to have to be super high up. Just going to mess with our nodes more. We're going to have to widen this middle portion. Let's move them out just 2 squares for right now. We don't need this node. This goes 2, this goes 2. Yes, this one goes back further. Okay, so this science one's gonna have to go more back as well. It's gonna cause issues. You're interfering with that highway. For some reason, it's all of a sudden too close to the highway. So apparently I lowered that? How high are you? You are 3 high. On this side, now it's 3 high. This is only 1, so let's put that on a 2. Okay, that is just so that we can get another highway road leaving here. This one would probably be the easiest one to do on this level. Let's bring you up to there. I think I want this node where the highway is. Can I move you onto there? Not with the highway where it is. Delete the highway then. Move that over. This is quite a drastic looking icon, because they're right next to each other. Let's move this here. Then it looks a little less drastic. Now I'm gonna want the highway back in. No, I don't, because the other icon is, the other node I mean is right here. This has to go up right away, up again to get over here, and then figure out how to get back down. Just so that I can connect into there. What we did over here is move the node back 1, which makes this look a little better, but it does not make this look any better. If I were to move this here and bring this up to that level, it looks a little bit more a curve. All right. Highway. And now we make everything look pretty. First thing I want to do is make this more curved in if I can. Looks like that has to be there. Okay. This, on the other hand, is going to be in line with that road, but also in line here. I'm going to do the same with this. Over here, can I make you curve in a little bit better? I can. I could probably do the same here. Let's make this line up with that. Don't know why this is all of a sudden messed up now. We'll make you straight there. And I want this there. Then these two are going to be curved. We have to figure out why this gets messed up afterwards. Why do you get upset? Is it because this doesn't have to be as high as it is? I just move you down one? It really didn't have to be that high. Okay, and whoop, did something to that. I don't like how this curves weirdly like that though. That looks a little bit better. This looks a bit odd. I just move you over one. That messes things up. Which means I'm gonna have to delete the highway there. Move you back to where you were, put the highway back in. Now all of a sudden this looks better? What? I don't like how it dips down though. If I quickly make sure that's at a 1 and that's at a 1, that should be the same height and not dip down. It still dips down. I guess it's coming from up here being at a 3. It dips down a little too far. Let's move this up to a 2 then. So that's 3, 2, 1. And then this looks relatively good, actually. We can't go there. Has to be moved out a little bit. Trying to get to the point where it just barely connects in. Let's move this one a little bit. I want you locked, but I want to rotate the whole thing. That looks a little bit better. This one should be an easy without messing anything up, just doing that. And then this, I want going straight in a little bit better. There we go. Can we do the same to this one? We can, and then it's only curved in the middle. Look at that. This is a quite drastic curve, and I don't like it. Ah, that's better. We can extend it a little bit. So now this might be overkill. But it should mean that the vehicles are only going to the places they need to go to. So let's look at all of the lanes. This one merges in. We are going to have these green lines go into both lanes. Over here, no crossing over, no turning left. This should be connecting in the same place. This right here, no crossing over, no turning left. All of these for the highway need to keep going straight. Orange goes to all of these, I think? No, just these two. These should be splitting in the correct place. Over here, no turning left. That's all set up. Now we come back, we're on here, and we're on here. So everything should be 100% efficient. It may take them a moment to figure out which lane they're going in, because they are merging in weird ways here. This middle green is actually going to go into both options. I'm going to just say same over here. The middle one goes into both options. And then that should help with a little bit more traffic. I heard a little chirp. but I do not see anyone awake and moving around. Alright. In the meantime, did we unlock anything new? No, we're still waiting for holo displays. Alright. What can we do with holo displays? VR and holo. Can we do anything in here with those? We can do this one. And we can do this one. Oh, we can do the C ones. We'll just call it the C one. Communication array and the computer deck. We can do both of them. The computer deck probably won't take too long. The communication array will take a while because that's the VR edutainment. Alright, what's going on with the traffic up here? It looks like they're having issues just getting into the city. Why are they all piling in on one lane though? Like they can't get into different kinds. I don't know what's going on here. They should be able to get in. They're choosing to be in one lane. Alright, since you're not using the other lanes, let's just go like this. So that even if they're for some reason stuck in that one lane, they can go into all three. That was just some odd AI stuff going on. This area should always be flowing. What if I take off the yield sign? Then it makes these guys wait. Is there a node in the middle? There is. I'm going to... trying to click on the node so I can do this stuff. There we go. Right, orange is also going to go down here. Now over here, I'm going to make it so that they can't go in that lane. And then they can change over here once they merge in. That was weird. We have the last thing needed for the city to fully upgrade. We just have to place it in. Now, what does it all require? The VR edutainment requires neural processors and the holo displays. The holo displays require iridium rods, nanotubes, and sensors. Iridium rods require iridium, oil, and industrial chemicals. There is a Doug Trio in chat. Doug Trio is Gen 1. I did not hear the noise for it, so it might be going away in a little bit. Apparently I have Doug Trio. Doug Trio is a trio of mole-looking things that evolve from a single mole. So in Gen 1, there are 2 Pokemon that when they evolve, it's just 3 of those Pokemon combined. Dugtrio is one of them, and then Magneton is the other one. So Magneton evolves from Magnemite, and it pretty much looks like 3 Magnemites welded together. Now, I forget what I put here, but I know there is something that I used a road right here for. That's going to require a little bit of this. And it's something I don't need a lot of, I guess. The iridium rods I placed over here for sure. It wasn't this, and it wasn't that. Wait a minute, I think I know what it was. And it's in tier 2. I think it was the superconductor. Because steel will come up this road. the copper bars will come up that road. The chemicals are right there, and all we need is to bring oil in here. So for right now, I'm going to place 1 in, but we have enough room for 4 total in this one area. And this also gives us a starting point for where the oil is coming in, because we're going to need oil for other things. Did I click on the wrong pipe? I did, I grabbed water. So I just placed in a secondary water here. Not what I meant to do. You're what I meant to click on. You down here, here, and then in. Now it looks like it's working. And in terms of road hierarchy, I am going to upgrade these sections to be 6 lanes, as well as right here. It's a shame that that's the largest amount of lanes we can get for this game. For something that's this invested, I think 4-lane roads might also be very useful. But then again, when you have a 3-lane road into an intersection where it splits off in 4 different directions like this one, you only need 3 lanes because that one road's going to only have 3 options to go to. Although a 4-lane highway would be smart for things like this, where you have 2 lanes coming in. You could have a 2-lane highway merge in with a 2-lane ramp, and then it'd be 4 lanes, and then you can downgrade it to 3 later on. Because making this go from 3 into 2 or into 1 just to make this go back into 3, not going to work out very well. But anyway, we are now making heat exchangers. No idea what they're for. Apparently it says available upgrades. I think that is for industrial robots. That has nothing to do with what we're doing it with. We're using it for. Heat exchanger is only used for superconductors. There is a fly going around my face. Getting really annoying. So we are not going to look at this heat exchanger again until we have superconductors, and that is red signs. It's not going to be for a while. It's pretty much just a placeholder. Now, what I want to do, I think, right now is to set up Iridium. So let's put in an Iridium mine up here. Now, on the other save, I did figure out where the ore is the furthest out, and it did that weird icon thing where it says that it's no longer connected to an ore when you reload the save. So we're gonna go to where it says I can, and then go 1 more in. So this one might get irritated later on, and I just placed 3 out of habit. And then what we are going to use for this area, because it's on a mountain, is a gondola. Gondolas can only be placed in a straight line. You cannot rotate it. Oh, that's research. You cannot rotate it and then place it down. It says no. So they have to go in the same direction that you were placing them. But you can place it on a slant. So I can place this over here and it should work. But it does not. So let's rebuild it. That's the wrong way. There we go. Now, as long as I don't rotate this building, it should work over here. It doesn't. Did I really have to place it way up here? I do. Oh, that's right. I had to put a very large highway leaving this. Coming all the way down here. It seemed like overkill. So let's put a 6-lane highway here. And then put those in. We're going to have to update all of this because they're going to do weird things. You go into this one, you go into this one, and you go over here. Let's come up here and get these all set up and connected in. We are going to do one lane going up and in, one lane going up and in. So now, if road-wise, this is all connected over to this highway. Over here, I want to, for right now, put in a highway going up to here. And then this is going to connect straight in at some point. But I like to do it on diagonals. If I follow those lines, it should be here. Which would be here, I think. We're going in a straight diagonal line. That looks right if it matches up to the road on the left. Which it does, awesome. Alright, something I don't like is when it dips down because of when you placed it in. That is way too high. I just don't like how close you are. Can you go here? I think I want you up one more. Yes, I do. And then you, 1, 2, 3. 3 looks flat. I mean, it goes uphill on this side, but this side is higher than that way anyway. So this now brings Iridium over here once we connect it into power, which we're going to do with a substation. Because it covers the entire area. And right away, it yells at me saying that it cannot connect in. So over here, I can't really tell how to make these straight. There we go. This is the right line. To there, and then we go diagonal into that. So now Iridium is being mined, but not used. So we didn't set that up yet. Okay. Let's take a look at what they need. In here is the only one that we need for right now. It uses oil and industrial chemicals. We should probably upgrade the industrial chemical road. No, we might actually have to. Because this seems fine for right now. So I am going to delete these. We're going to move this up. A little one. What are you doing? There's a kitten in the cat tree that's just looking at me. And now I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry if that was loud. I think I muted it on time. I also woke up both kittens in the cat tree, so you might be able to see a little fur ball moving around. Okay, so in order to keep it off of this road, because that's just going to be for the heat exchangers, we are going to turn this road into 4-lane, and also not a highway. Then coming up here, we're going to need uranium also, which needs regular chemicals. And then that gets combined with the rods. Okay, what I think I'm going to do instead of doing this, we're going to put that back to being the other road. And we are going to put a 6-lane road here. Not connecting there. We're gonna have you connect straight up into here. I am going to then unlock uranium. Upgrade these two pieces. Let's put in this here, and this is going to be for this mine, or for this refinery. The refinery brings things in, puts them out in both directions. This uranium is used for only one item, and it's just this. Uranium ore doesn't get used for anything else. And also the enriched uranium doesn't get used for anything else other than the radiation core. So we're not going to need that for anything else. So let's put in a uranium mine down here. I'm going to guess we're only going to need one. And we will bring a road up like this. And then straight up into here. No, we'll go to here, and then we'll figure out where this is going to be placed in. We need more power over here, so let's just put in a substation where it connects into the mine as well. Let's go right there. And then let's bring power straight down this way. Why didn't... What? Oh, we apparently can't go all the way. Go to there and then connect you straight in. So now this is up and running once we add oil to it. And we are now at the 2-hour mark. So as we voted for recently, this means we're going to have a kitten break. So we're going to take a quick break from the game. I'm going to do a hard save. This is Shady Acres, not editing. But here we go, chat. We have this completed now. Just gonna take a few more seconds for the ship to return. What was I doing when we came back? I set this up. We added in one more of these industrial chemical plants. We added one more chemical plant. I didn't change anything else other than adding in this building, which was collecting these, which we needed for this. Thought it was kit and cam time. Always kit and cam time. But we were supposed to go back. Seriously, what are they looking at the wall? I don't know. I should probably check to see where Mama is hiding and also where the food is, because I don't know if she ate any of the food. And after a while, there'll be fruit flies that are going after the food, and they won't eat anything once they see a fruit fly on it. Okay, what did we just finish? I think it was the FTL turbine. Yes, because turbine is still on the list. So, that clears chat. And now, you should see everything down to thermal systems on the to-do list. That is everything we have left. Thermal systems we can do right now. It's only blue signs and chemicals that we need to truck over. This is the last thing we're going to do to telescope. And we can also do this as well, but it's going to take some time because we don't make a lot of it at once. This is the heat exchanger. We can do this as well. And this is one of the last things as well we're going to do. We don't have superconductors. We're working on unlocking the research for that. And we do have this. I just didn't place them down yet. So we can do the computer deck as well in a little bit. Let's do this one first. And you require blue signs should come over here quickly because we don't really use 100% of them anymore. There is a Curlia in chat that Gino is trying to catch right now. So, is there blue science already going in here? There is. That should be the thing that gets done the quickest out of science and chemicals. Chemicals we don't really make in a surplus. should I make this large enough to contain the chemicals? I think I should, because they can just come straight across and then go back up and over. Nah, we'll keep it down to here. I'll just find another way to get chemicals up there. Oh, this also means that all the chemicals are coming down here and then turning around and going up if they're trying to go up. First catch of the day. Congrats, Gino. Turn that down to 2, both directions. I think we're going to do a temporary road leading up here somewhere else. Let's go to here, then up again. I guess that's 2 levels up, it is. Over to here, down 1, straight in there. This is going to get deleted after all the chemicals are in. They're already going straight for it. So the chemicals that are going to the other place are at some point going to be fine after they turn around. How is this being set up? We don't want that. We do want this here and this here. And the rest of the stuff should be fine. Okay, so maybe chemicals are going to get done quicker than the blue science. Look at how fast it's going up. We must be making a bigger surplus of chemicals than we are science. Which we can't see. Yeah, I can't tell how much science we need. We are going to be beefing up our yellow, green, and blue science when we start doing red science, because the red science produces science half the speed of the yellow science. So it's going to take 2 minutes to make 1 red science, compared to this being 1 minute per red or per yellow science. Green science takes 30 seconds, blue science takes 15 seconds. So you can see that each one is taking twice the amount of time, which means you need twice the amount. Which, for some reason, does not make sense when you look at, we have 12 green science and 12 blue science. Unless I'm thinking of this wrong. Now this needs 3 green science per minute. So that means we need 2.5 green science in order to do one of these buildings. And these take 2 blue science. Okay, so the green and blue are a 1-to-1 ratio, because the blue science makes 2 per 30 seconds. This needs 2 every 30 seconds. It's the yellow to green that starts doubling up on how much we need. Because we would need 18 per minute. This makes 2 per minute, so we're actually making more than we need. We probably could cut this down 3 buildings. No, that's wrong. Don't we need more green then? Somehow we're making more green science than we need. Anyway, is this done? I think it is. We already finished another thing. So, let's go back out here. Take a look at our stuff. What did we just complete? Because I already forgot what we were doing. Comms, computer, FTL, engine, fuel, orbital scanner, All radiation shield. Oh, it was the very last thing. Okay, say goodbye to chat again. We are down to the final 8 items on the list. What's the next thing that we're going to do right now? We can do this now. We have the heat exchanger set up. We're just not making a lot of it at a time. So we can do hull and radiation shield right now. We can't do these two yet because we didn't set them up. Should probably set this up to make that. Each time a holo display is produced, we get an extra unit. Every time we make a computer, we make 2 extra units. We are going to take a short break right now before we start doing anything else. And I'm going to check on the cat food that I gave for Mom because I don't think she ate any of it. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Have fun with the clips. I'll be right back. I did find Mama. She is up in the room. She is underneath the couch. That is to the right of the cat camera on the other side of my bed. No idea why she's not eating. Usually she scrapes down the food before the kittens get a chance to finish all theirs.
What?
They're trying to climb up to me. So what I did is I went downstairs, I brought up the food that I gave her down there, and now it's over in her area. She has the choice of eating it later. After some time, I will throw it away. So it's about 2 cans worth of food that's just sitting there doing nothing. And I also brought up a little snack because I did not eat breakfast. And it's little tiny cinnamon rolls that we got at Walmart. So I'm going to be snacking on them occasionally. And they are flaking apart like a croissant. Not a croissant, a biscuit. Let's take a look at this. I think we want to do the hull first, so we can get the heat exchangers up. Because then we have a reason to have that. Right now we are making 6 a minute. 1 every 10 seconds. If we were to double up, that'd be 1 every 5 seconds. I think there's a reason to do that. That is tier 2 heat exchanger. We do use this for something else later on. Now it says we need 350. That is the exact amount that the ship needs. We don't have to make 350 in 1 minute. But this will tell us what we need for the other stuff. If we look at chemicals, we're making an exact amount. I'm going to leave that, because if I add anything to this, it's going to mean our distilled water is up to the exact amount, which for some reason, we're now making 36 and only requiring 18. Maybe we can afford 1 more. If I move this over, also I see that we unlocked the new power, which is a nuclear power plant. It takes water and uranium, and it makes 5 times as much as these do. Which I thought is how much more these were making compared to the solar panels, but I also didn't take into account the time that it takes them to make everything. So the solar panels, in respect to the wind turbines, make 2.5 times more power than 1 turbine. So if we had 2 turbines, cut it down, put in 1 solar power plant. The methane power plant makes 5 times as much power as the solar plant every minute, not every 20 seconds. So it's really making... Well, this is 60. This is making 150 every minute. This is making 250 every minute. So it's making 2/3 as much, or 2/3 more. But when we look at this compared to the nuclear power plant, it is making half the amount more of power. Because this will make 500 power every 2 minutes. This makes 750. So it's like 3 of these right now. Makes 1 of these. I'm debating on if we're actually going to use the power plant or not. And if we unlock the next research thing, which I think is red science, we would use the enriched uranium with water and make 2,000 of science every 500 seconds, which I don't know how many minutes that is, but it's more than 4. Oh no, chat. I think we're doing okay. We already have all the chemicals in the ship. We're waiting on the sensors and the heat exchanger to get in there now. Which we don't make a lot of sensors. We only make 24 every minute. If I were to make this be sensors specifically, would that make things faster? So that now they don't have a choice but to go in there. I mean, we are making sensors twice as fast as we're making heat exchanger. And they're at the same amount. I don't know, maybe we double up the heat exchanger just to match it? Because we will need it for the superconductors later on, so we might actually need the amount that we're going to double up. Are these making anything else yellow or red? Oil. You know what? I am just going to bite the bullet and double up the heat exchanger. Let's go over to the oil and add more oil. And we also need more industrial chemicals, which we're probably going to have to make a side road for soon. Oh, we're making a surplus of water. That's why. We are currently making 1.5 water, or distilled water, every 5 seconds. Or are we making 5 water every 5 seconds? Meaning 1 per second. What is the number that the water is at? That's 36 per minute. That is not 1 per second. That is 1 every half a minute. I don't think that's right. I think I'm misinterpreting the math. What is this? Is that the heat exchanger going up here? It is. The heat exchanger seems to be going up faster than these. Do these only do like one item per truck or something? No, it's the building is full. This stupid thing doesn't pick up the items, I guess. Oh my god. I wish it would tell me before it does that. What are you doing? Banging into my chair. Alright, last cinnamon roll. I don't know if I explained it on stream, but I was debating on if I should do the industrial robots, but reading into it, it only takes away one job place from every building that you place it near. So if this is 5, it would go down to 4. If something is at like 12, oh well, I didn't think that was at 12, but when I clicked on it. But this only brings it down to 11. Which doesn't really make it seem worth making the industrial robots if it only takes one job place from every amount. If it was a ratio thing, like 10% out of everything, that would make a little bit more sense to me, even though right now 10% would still be one person. If it took it in half, that would be a lot. Right here. Industrial robots reduce the labor required by one worker and can be used in any factory. What we really want is the high-tech tools, which increase production speed by 50%, so we'll need half the amount of buildings we already do. I'm going to assume that that one building is going to take a lot of stuff. Looks like we're already almost done making all the heat exchangers because of how much we're making at one time. Boosting that up to 6 per minute. Made it go as quickly as I thought the sensors were going to go up, but the sensors seem to be kept away from this. So we're going to be waiting quite a while for that. I want to see where they're going. Ah, some are being used. You only need plastic and aluminum. We could move them up here, build everything, and just have it go straight in. I mean, we only need 100 more. I don't know if we actually need it. But I also don't know what to do. Because we're waiting for an AI control unit. We could set up the holo display and stuff like that. I was planning on putting it in here. We don't need this road anymore. I was planning on making all the new stuff out here. I don't know if we're going to actually do that or not. So the VR edutainment takes the neural processors, which are right here, and it also takes the holo displays, which is this building. That's not the right building. It's the other green building. And that requires nanotubes, sensors, and the iridium rods. They come down here. Oh, we do need that road, apparently. Do we recreate this road over here? I think we should. What am I hearing behind me? Oh, one of the kittens trying to climb up on a book. No, we're not going to recreate that. Or are we just flipped? No, because things are coming up this way. They're going back down. Things are going up this way and coming back down. And then they're also crossing. If roundabouts worked in this game, I would do a roundabout right here. A really large one. But unfortunately, they don't seem to work the correct way. If anything, it causes more traffic. What? What? I hope you guys can hear them meow occasionally. So, in order for us to actually get over, I think we do need to recreate this road. In terms of everything coming over here, there's not a lot. If anything, this could be cut down a little bit. I'm going to put placeholder roads so that I know where everything is going. So there's one going this way. Oh, there's two. Then there's one going up. We're going to add another one. Over here just needs to be one road. The reverse is down here. This can go like that. This one would be for this one. And then we need this there. This here. Because this will go to this one. And then we need you coming down, so this goes in here. You know, let's connect them all in. It's not going to make sense because everything's going to be an error, but maybe it will make sense. Then I guess we're going to want one coming down here from this one. Then I am going to delete all of this. I guess some of the road that I can't see. Good luck on catching the puppy. I am going to destroy this stuff. Right down the center. I want one of these. And then we were keeping this above ground, but I could bring the highway all down, since on this side we have it up and over. I think at this point, since we're moving the other side, there's no point in keeping this above ground anymore. So that means this one has to be above ground, which we're going to need more nodes than that. You're going to come up to the end of that. You should probably have more than one node. And then over here is going to need more than one node. That's the minimum we need for this to be considered a bridge. Don't know if we're going to need more or not. But we now have enough that we can connect the highway back in. Now we got to figure out all of these lanes. One lane goes up and over, comes down. The other lane goes just straight around. This is probably going to be the easiest one to do. So now all I have to do is go here and go up one. Then like this. And we're doing 2 squares and in, so let's go to there. This one, on the other hand, has to go up. And over. And then back down. Twice, I think. Yeah, it's definitely a different height than this. So that's everything leaving from the right completed. What I need to do now is upgrade this road to being 2 lanes. And I also have to do something similar to here. So we actually don't want to do that. We want to bring it to like here. Have a double and then go in. It's this, this, and this. And also that. We haven't done the one that goes up and over. This is gonna be a mess. Let's do a placeholder here so that I don't forget there's one going in there. And I'm also going to do a placeholder this way. Have fun in the ads. Alright, since this has to go now up 3 levels, let's still continue it from back here. So 2 lanes to here. One of them goes up, up, and it has to go up again in order to make it over. Can I go underneath to get over there? No, everything is above ground here. I just need to find a way that I can go up. And then this has to go all the way back down. I mean, that works. It's ugly, but it works. What if I added the nodes differently? If I had this go out more, and then this one come over here or something. Like to where that node currently is. Make it a little bit more rounded. I definitely want to put it right there. I can't do that just yet. So here should relatively be easy because I'm just going into there and from here to there. That's done. Now I just have to get through this spaghetti. Out through here, I think. You know what? This doesn't look too bad. Can I raise it up? One more. And then I want to try and raise this up one, which should allow me to get that road through here. So I want to go up to here. This should be one level above all of this, so I should be able to go straight to here and then delete that. We can just go straight down. That makes this mess fully functional. So, going from the right, they go up, they go down. From the down, they go up through this way. Welcome back from the ads. We finished up our little mess of a junction, and we're going over where everything goes. Coming from the top, we go down and we go back into the computers. We can also go to the left. From the left, we can come straight across, or we can go up. So we have a send out and a return now. This side is different because the send up is over here and the return is up here. And then we have send and return, send, return. Everything is functionally connected. What I don't like is where all the nodes are. I kind of want to delete those two, move this node here, and then put this back in if I can. Okay, that's working. Alright, that worked. I just couldn't put it in when it was already used. Right, now over here, why is this looking weird? Probably because I didn't do this yet. Let's go through all this. Make sure everything is locked in a better direction. We can unpause at this point. You know what? I do not want it locked on there. I want it locked on that road instead. This one wasn't locked, but already set up the way that I kind of wanted it. Over here, same thing. Get these locked and then rotate them a little bit. There we go. Now everything should be fine. We haven't done the lanes yet, so let's do the lanes. No, you go into here. You go straight, you go straight, you go straight. Same thing with over here, only this light blue goes into those two lanes, this dark blue goes in these two lanes. Over here they split off, down here they come back in. So no and no, no. This is all correct. We have the AI control unit factory unlocked, so we can place that in now. Over here, why do we have a double lane there? I don't think anything from up here needs to go down. So we're gonna downgrade that. And then this just needs to be changed like that. Over here is a little bit of a mess, so let's take those all off. You can go into both of those, so can you. Over here, orange is going to go to there. And then right underneath here, they should be splitting off in the correct directions. Everything else is fine the way that it is. I don't really want to round every road. This doesn't look too wonky, being like the way that it is. I'm just gonna leave it that way. In terms of what we completed another ship piece. I think it's just we didn't start the next thing. Oh. We just didn't start the next thing. We can do this one. I think we're gonna work on computer deck. That's why we placed in these buildings over here. So let's get these started. It needs this and this, but also that. So what I think we're going to do is upgrade this road all the way through here. And I really don't like how these are lowered. So I think what I'm going to do is move this back. And then put these back in, just in case we need them for something later. Now it doesn't look too weird. Still weird, but not too weird. And then this is going to go straight up like that. And for right now, we're going to put this in here. And then you connect to there. And that's the beginning of that line. So let's look through what we need. Because of this requesting some, we need more rods. So let's go over to the rods and place them in. Boom. We also need more industrial chemicals. That's tier 2. And now is the time where we need to set up that road. So they are 3 deep. Can I put this wire here? I can. Which then begs the question, do I really need that middle pole? I don't. Alright, and now I'm going to put a 4-lane road going straight up this way. And then just move all the chemical stuff. You there, you there. Now we need to continue this road up a little bit further. Add in one more. And what's this last thing that we have? Oh, it's on the right. And that is the purple weird looking things, which needs propane sensors and still more neural processors. So this system here is going to get a lot of traffic soon. We're going to need a lot more neural processors than what we have. Let's take a look at other things. Do we need to increase anything else? Yes, it looks like oil is something that we're using a lot of. That gives us quite a bit of a surplus. And this has no methane. Let's add that in. We could at this point get rid of the methane going to the right and just put this in. Get rid of you, you, and you. Okay, things are looking good so far. This is going to be a 0 for a while because we don't have the buildings put in. Let's do the math on the current number being 14.4. This makes 6 every minute. So we need 3 of those buildings at least. Now, for some reason, it doesn't do the math on them completely, and it looks like it's because this one does not have power, but these 2 do. Don't know how 2 of them are getting power and the 3rd one isn't. Oh, because that one is just outside of range. Let's move them down then. Mind you, they're not connected in. This will at least say what we need. to make more of. So we're obviously going to need another holo display thing. We're going to need quite a bit of these. And I don't want to overload the roads just yet. So we'll start with that. We'll let that get situated. We're going to need more uranium rods for right now. Let's put that there. Do we need another? We're probably going to need another one because we still need to add more holo displays. This now means that we need more chemicals. And I think we're getting to the point where I may need to wait a few minutes to make sure that we can make everything. In terms of what's going on over right here, I think we might need to move around all of our stuff. So people are trying to turn left to come down here and left to leave here. I think we might want to send everyone down this way, make this one large one-way system. So I am going to just upgrade this to 4 lanes. This then needs to be 6 lanes. And to make this a one-way system, all we do is we take this off. We take that off. So now they're forced to come down here. Which then mixes in with this empty road we have no reason of having anymore. Let's delete that now. Okay, so everything should be coming down here now. It's going to cause a lot of traffic, which is why we're waiting a minute to do the rest. You... What is requesting enriched uranium? Radiation cores is the only thing that requires that. Why is that saying we're not making enough? Oh, for this. That makes sense. Okay. We'll add in one more of those. I was so confused. I'm going to place it on this side for right now. So now this is making those, which we then don't use for anything. At least right now. Radiation core is only used for red signs. Really? That's the only thing we need those? Yeah, red signs and to fix the ship. So we should probably start using this to fix the ship before we unlock red signs. Which I think we're doing right now. Alright, since it's not going to require any of this stuff, which right now is backed up. Why are you guys stuck in that lane? You should be able to go into both. No. You're going to have a lot more traffic coming down here, so let's do 3 lanes. And allow you guys to go to both. Same here. Alright, we are going to start the ship thing that I'm thinking of. Gotta find it. Radiation shield. Start doing that. That then tells us we need a lot of both of these. We are making almost 5 per minute of the explosion icons. We're making 10 radiation things. So we should probably... You know what? It's going up pretty fast for both of them because we have a backlog of them. I think we just let it go. Once it finishes taking all of these into here, it'll backlog, and then at some point it'll stop requesting them. I'm gonna assume we need more stuff from up here. We definitely need more uranium. And I noticed oil. Okay. And we need to double up the amount of holo displays that we have. I think we should work on the stuff that we require to make those first. So, another sensor. Neural processors are going to take up quite a bit of space. That's you. That brings that into yellow for right now. We'll add 1 nanotube. We'll have to add 2 just to make it yellow. And that needs industrial chemicals. This is getting very expensive very quickly. That now needs water distilling. Then I'm going to assume we need water. Carbon and the blue chips. That's not blue chips. Blue chips is tier 1 science. Oh, we need a bunch. Oh, we need more space for them. Oh no. Since this is now going in only, I think we want to re-add this to being up here. Which needs that taken off. This goes here, you go away. And then you to here, and then in there. This makes this look horrible. Is there a way that I can make that look better? I think the only way to make it look better is to change how far out this goes. If I did that and then bring these down 1, that would probably work. It does make a sharp turn. If I kept it there and just brought it closer. Bring this back down. And in. That is definitely way too high. That'll be fine once we change it. Delete that. Move you to here. Which then makes this look like a steep drop, but I don't think I can lower that because of the road that's underneath. It's gonna have to stay that way, I think. That looked like a less steep drop than this one. But I think it actually is the same. The only thing I could do is move all of this back 1 or forward 1, and then these spread out a little bit better. I mean, that doesn't look too bad, that works. Doesn't really mess with anything else. Does mess with this, but we can add that back. Let's put the highway back on. Why did it just bend this? Oh, because it was trying to fix this road over here. There, you need to be locked, and then need to figure out how to move it out far enough. There we go. You lock in there. Over here, you're the only one we have to change, as far as I know. Oh, we have to change this one as well. This one gets moved out a tiny bit. Now this is quite a bit of a sharp bend, so let's do that. Why is this 2 lanes? That was weird. And now this looks like it's too sharp. You know what? I am going to make all this rounded. I thought I wouldn't have to, but it's starting to bother me that I can't see it rounded. Alright, that should be all functional. We should be able to get rid of this. And everything should start coming up this way and coming down, which should make this all faster. Something I'm thinking of doing is making this 4 lanes, because it looks like we're having a lot of waiting traffic. And now they have a choice of going straight or turning left. Why are we downgrading? Computers. That was part of the traffic over here. What are you guys doing? Why are you going up that way? No, no, no. That's not what you guys are doing. You guys are supposed to be over here, which is all set up still correctly. So everyone that's past this point is going to go down, turn around, and come back, but everything up here should be now taking the same road. Okay. What I could do, since we don't use this road, except for right there, let's find a different place to put that. Do you even cover anything at this point? No, why did we have this? I think we placed that in before putting other things. We can get rid of you. Upgrade all of this. Which I think resets this. Yep, it does. No turning. Actually, yes, I do want you to turn. But you can also go straight. Over here, this gets messed up a little bit. You go straight, you go straight. You go turn and straight, you go straight. You turn and go straight, you go straight. Straight. There we go. Over here shouldn't really be changed at all. That just makes them leave quicker. Over here, we could make this highway. We don't really need to right now. A Deerling again is in chat. This time it is a different season for the Deerling. Deerling's game mechanic is that for all 4 seasons it has a different look. It's not like a shiny where it's just different colors. It actually shows visible differences. And this one is for summer, which I think looks the weirdest. Not sure. Compared to the other ones, like they all have snow in their hair or something. I forget how they look. I think summer just looks like a regular animal. Doesn't really look different or seasonal wise. Anyway, things over here are downgrading. Why are you downgraded? Computers. Okay, so computers take it all the way down to tier 3. Why are you only tier 4? Computers as well. No, it's upgrading, never mind. Okay, we had a bit of issues. Now they're coming back. Since we are hovering in a yellow for power, let's add more windmills. So that when we get to this point again, we shouldn't be in a backlog of power. Power slows down the production buildings when we don't have enough, which then means we don't make enough to have the houses upgrade in order to get more people to work in the factories. So we need power and people in order to make more people come in. But less people means less people in the power station, so we got to keep this somewhat afloat when we don't have enough people. We are down by 200 people. Are we at least still bringing in people? We are. There's 133 people waiting to come in. How is this doing? We're almost done all the green stuff. Which doesn't make sense to me because I thought we needed all that green just to do this. It also only makes 4 per minute. If I immediately put down another 7, it actually won't cause a lot of traffic in this specific area because it's only taken from these 2 buildings. So we will have to beef up those 2 things, but it won't actually require a lot. How could I do this in a different orientation? Because we're not going to have enough room for the amount that we need here for this. We also don't have enough, because if we need 2 of these buildings for one of these, or 1.5 for one of these, 8 more of these is not going to have enough room here for these green buildings. So I think we're going to have to make all the purple stuff come down here, go up, and then right. Pretty much rotate this road 90 degrees and go to the right instead of up. Then this one we can place on this road where it currently is and just keep going left, and then have this branch off down here or off of whatever road this gets turned to. I see the vision. Don't know if I explained the vision. We're going to implement it because I really want to get... Oh, I slipped. I really want to get 1 per second. Or 1 per minute, I mean. Wait, no, if we do 8, that's only 1 per 2 minutes. We would need 16 of this radiation core factory stuff. I think we should find a new place to start building on. The radiation stuff. Is there more uranium? Well, this is iridium out here. That's our only 2 iridium places, right here and right here. And all of our uranium is down here. We could ship it all over here and build it out here. Let's go up to 8 and then worry about the rest later. So what I think I'm actually going to do is take off of this road and go to the right. If it's only for these buildings, they're 3 blocks deep. I'm going to put the road here. We're just going to place it there like that. You are going to get moved to here. You there. You here. This should also leave room for us to put a secondary road out. I'm going to delete this and this. Move you here, here. You, on the other hand, are kind of in the way. Will you still connect? You do. Okay. So that's that line. You guys need to come up here. And then we can keep this road and start building here. No, that's not really enough. We could, on the other hand, connect in there, move all this over here. Get rid of that. And then bring this over here. Why did it not just move that node? That was weird. Anyway. You focus on that road, please. Okay, we need carbon. I never put more carbon down. How many do we need? Just one? No. Put two. How is the rest of the stuff? How close are we to being exact on certain things? We haven't finished this yet. And we haven't gotten this into the yellow yet either. Traffic, on the other hand, we're at 100%, so I think we can add in a few more of these big buildings. Let's go off of this first. Why are you saying we need more? Oh, because we're currently requesting that. We're looking at the wrong number there. I need you there. You here. You're now in yellow. Sensors are in the yellow. Blue chips are not. Let's put down blue chips. Not the blue chips. Your neural processors. If we put 2, that's the amount we need for right now. Now let's put some nanotubes. I'm gonna stop at 3. Now we go down the line of what else we need. We need more industrial chemicals. I lost where it was for a second there. We need more blue chips. Oh, that's right. We need to put in a new spot for new blue chips. Where can I move this where it's not going to be in the way? I'm going to put it there. We can still fit one more computer if we need to. And all I was doing that for is so I can build this down here. And add more of those blue chips on this. A whole nother row just to bring that up quite a distance. We need carbon, we need water. Let's do water first since it's up here and we're close to it. There's all the water we need. Carbon and sand are down here in the same area. Carbon, carbon. Carbon have a large surplus. Sand, right? Yep. Sand is right here. That makes a slight surplus, but we're gonna need more. So I think we need to move this storage over here. Delete this. Bring it in like that. Okay. We have a ton of traffic here because that's stuff getting to everything that we just placed down. We did place down quite a lot. So I'm going to assume our traffic's going to be horrendous for a while. Why are we at a standstill though? We should have things still moving. Oh, it's stuff getting mixed from up here. Why is carbon right there? It should be down. I think I might want to connect in everything elsewhere. I don't know how we're gonna do it. This is bringing in chemicals into that specific area. I'm trying to think how to keep people from crossing over each other. Like, we stopped it here by making them not able to turn left. We'd have to do the same thing on the right side. And those few buildings are complaining about plastic, but that's just because the plastic hasn't arrived to it yet. We don't actually need more. It's also not helping that our housing is downgrading as I speak. Due to the amount of traffic. Which I think just disappeared. Due to our housing probably not requiring what is being used right now. Yeah, things are starting to move faster now. I just need a highway on this end. I can see a way to bring it over. It just is not very good. I pause for a moment. Trying to think how to make a diamond right now. Is that what I want to go for? I want to go for this. That seems steep. I don't like the amount of nodes over here. I would rather have it go like this and then I don't know. Let's go on this road. Round that off. Round this off. Yeah, I don't like where this is. But it's a triangle of where the next road should be, so it is correct. If I go to there, and then just in here. There's a galvantula in chat if anyone wants a tarantula. This is large and not good looking to me, but we're gonna go with it. Do you need anything from down here? You do. So this could actually be 2 lanes. It's gonna make sense once everything is sorted out. So you need nanotubes. Sensors are coming in from this side. Yes, they are still able to go. Why are you able to turn? Because this is going in, never mind. You need sensors nanotube. You need neural processors, which are down here. So we definitely do need at least one lane going straight. Go like that. You can go this way. No, no, no. You can go straight. You can turn that way. You can go into this one as well. Actually, you can go both directions. You have to go into the far right lane. That should work out well. How does things work out over here? Yes, no. Yes, and here. Now they should use this to get back, and it means that nothing is crossing over another vehicle. So it's a one-way loop. Kind of. Why are you guys switching lanes right here? Because this is messed up again. Don't know why this keeps getting changed. I guess it's because I updated the road. Who knows? Why are they only going into one lane though? Oh, because this is only set up for one lane. Okay. This is a big mess. We don't have the right amount of lanes there. Everyone is able to leave, but they're all getting into one lane over here. The amount of cars that are going in and out from the home robots shouldn't be causing too much of an issue. I mean, they slow down for a moment, but they should be able to leave all very fast. We're also getting some of this taken out, so this is working so far. This road's already pretty much emptied. Look at that. You guys are having a hard time because this should probably be 6 lanes at this point. Which should help get them out faster, which means things are funneling down here, which are still moving at that slow down every few seconds pace. Because of people turning left. You are facing the wrong road there. How do I get you turned around? There we go. Don't know why they were facing the main road. That was making trucks come out directly onto the 6-lane road, and we don't want that. Do we need more lanes anywhere? You guys seem to be emptied at all times. Everything seems fine. We're way low on population. What are we missing out here? Right, buildings are upgrading. Oh, we were missing computers, so everything went down to level 3. Why are we at level 2? You have home appliances? Why do we not have enough home workers? It's our amount of workers. We have so much space for housing, but we're not bringing them in. And the game says specifically if I place down more than one of these, we do not get the people in faster. It's still one plane at a time. They just choose different buildings every now and then, or different platforms. Okay. Not enough power, I know. We can add more to this. I think right now we may not need to. Because I think this is a very unrealistic amount of people that we would ever go down to. So we're going to add in another line as much as I can. Looks like I can't place one there. That's fine. Apparently I can place on whatever that is. That is our power covered again, and that's a copper node, okay. So again, that stuff was just backup power. You need oil out here. Whoops, that's not where I wanted it. Okay. That should be this entire area sorted out. It does look like it's moving a lot faster, even compared to before we did this weird amount of stuff. We do have red science unlocked. I'm not going to look at that just yet. Right now, we are working on random stuff we don't need. Except for high-tech workshops. That would actually be more beneficial than superhighways. Superhighways, as the name suggests, is just a faster highway. I think what we should do is put that after high-tech workshop. Okay. Let's take a look at our production. Oil is jumping around. I think that's just due to the amount of people we don't have. I think everything else is actually fine. In terms of this being completed, we're getting pretty close on finishing the enriched uranium. It's just we're not making enough radiation core, which is what we were trying to get updated. But we ran into this people problem. We do have enough housing for the amount of jobs. We just don't have the people brought in yet. I click on this. It really does say that placing more doesn't make it more efficient, right? The spaceport allows the arrival of citizens. The number of spaceports does not affect the speed, frequency, or amount of people arriving. That depends on the quality of your habitats. So is that saying that the amount of immigrants or the actual amount of planes that come back and forth? Because I'm a little confused on that. You know what? The only way to find out for sure is just add another one. Well, this one didn't get a ship and it's sending out people, so I guess they split who is in there between the two. I guess, if anything, if these had like a storage of people in them, we're getting the storage emptied out faster. I just want to know if at any point we will see 2 ships. We do see 2 ships. Okay, will this mean that at some point one ship will disappear and the other ship always stays grounded? I'm not sure when they're gonna leave. But one ship left, the first one that landed. So the other one should be leaving in a few seconds, if it does in fact leave. It is. Okay, so what I think the game is attempting to explain down there is that this amount here is affected by all of this stuff, and not affected by how many of these we place down. But the rate that people move in from this area is affected by how many of these you have. Because I am seeing occasionally trucks leaving both buildings at the same time, so it's not like this is letting out one person and this is, and then going back and forth. Right now, it looks like this is the majority of people, but there are times where there's a truck leaving both places at the same time. So that is helping us get back up to our population size that we need. In terms of leveling up, the entire city is at level 5 for the first time in a while. For a while, there's always been one building that was not quite all of the way there. It was either level 3 or level 4. So we definitely improved our traffic overall. We now just hit the amount of people we need. So everything should be updated to the current production needed. And we are almost all done here upgrading this side of the map. So let's add more problems. Try to get this to the final stage. Three more of those brings us all the way. So now we're gonna go and make the rods. The rods then need chemicals, which this area is getting quite large, and I'm surprised we haven't reached this point yet. Why do we have so much of that? I don't know why we have so much chemicals, but anyway. That's the wrong one. That is the exact amount of chemicals we had, or we need. I'm gonna add one more just to be safe. I am getting worried about our workforce. Although this amount of green stuff is to match this purple, which is to match the city size. So, by doing this, we should be getting our city up to level 6 quicker. And now everything over here backed up because we had an influx of things going over here. So ignore all that for a moment. We need sensors. That's the exact amount. Let's put in one more. And I think at this point I should let it rest for a moment. So let's go and do this stuff. That is plastic, aluminum, and oil. Oil's up here. Might as well do oil first. Alright, plastic is right here. That's copper. Stem plastic. That is a surplus of plastic. Alright, let's go all the way down to our aluminum. And this one is going to have to go over here. Which looks like they are mining in each other. Should be fine. Oh, we need more than just one. Wow. Nope, nope. One of them's not getting power. We have a substation. We do not. Let's put in a substation then. You there, and then we're going to connect you straight up to here. And that means we don't need this. Still need it to connect into here, but we don't need it near the aluminum. And now we are making enough aluminum. We also need more distilled water. Somehow we're making enough neural processors? I don't remember placing in enough. I thought that was always red. Okay. Let's try and fit all the nanotubes we need in this amount of space. So, should we wait for traffic? I think we should wait for traffic, because it's at 80% right now. So we are backed up to about right here. Are we getting worse or better? It appears we're getting worse. But I think that's just due to us not getting through this quick enough yet. What if I change this to be 6 lanes? It's quite overkill for this area. I am, in a way, deleting traffic. Should be fine. You can go into those and that one. I want them to have the ability to go into any lane to go straight up if they're this building. That should mean that all of this is coming down quicker. Congrats, Gino, on catching the thing that kind of looks like a beaver. I mean, Bidoof is the beaver Pokemon, but Wachog kind of looks like a beaver. Alright, this is, in a way, getting better and worse at the same time. Why are you guys waiting? Oh, you're waiting to get in. Okay, that's just a influx of traffic issue. That's not a everyday traffic thing. Why are they all in that lane going down? It's like they don't want to use both lanes. They only want to use one specific lane, and they stick to it. Almost as if there's no point in having this being 2 lanes. I don't understand, but should be okay. Alright, another thing that is causing a lot of issues are these sensors. Because these roads are pretty much emptied. Except for when all the computers are just waiting to get down here. What? What are all these? Aluminum getting into the sensors, gotcha. That would have created an influx of traffic. That makes sense then. Okay, so starting over here, we are getting caught up. Now we just have to get through all the traffic on the highway and this main road here. Which I guess should be 2 lanes. Because they are choosing to go 2 different directions. That might have just deleted traffic, I'm not sure. Seems like it's coming back. Alright, traffic is coming back in. I really don't like how one side is higher than the other side, although they're both at a level 1. Right. All the computers are almost off the highway. And now they are, so that should mean that this is getting emptied quicker. But then we're getting stuck over here. Have fun in Yads, everyone. For those who are still here, we're going to be looking at this for quite a while. We are having housing issues again. And this is down to stuff over here. Oh my god. Look at all this. This makes sense. But why are all of these guys waiting to get into that lane if they're not using that lane? I don't know. But with our housing going down, that should mean that these buildings are turning off. But now all of these icons are not going to be correct. Is there a way to turn off errors? Wait, I can just at any point turn off cars make round trips? I don't think that should be there. Apparently we can see visualizations. Is this just red for any road? Yeah. Building efficiency. Why are you guys not efficient? For the workers. Yeah, we just shot all the way down to level 3. That should mean after all this stuff actually starts moving, there shouldn't be anything new for this stuff until we get the houses upgraded to that point. And you're all switching lanes, so let's go like this. Get rid of that. There we go, that got traffic out a little bit faster. And now this is all emptied out. So we should be going back to getting these upgraded again. Almost immediately. I do want to figure out why they're slowing down here. Oh, it's merging. Well, let's go like this then. Welcome back, everyone, from the ads. We're now taking a look at our housing being re-upgraded. Now, another thing that I did think about doing is we have multiple sections of factories. Like right now we have this down portion, or this southern portion. That makes a bunch of things, and then they get sent to other areas. We have this farming area right here. That includes concrete and sand mines. That also gets sent out to different areas. And then over here we have all of this. And then up here we have 2 more things. We could probably find out a way to separate them onto their own highway lane and then have the lane branch off to different areas, which may help them not all be funneled into one pipe or one road. I think that would be a thing that I do off screen, so that you guys aren't just sitting here watching me test out if one lane gets too busy. It would be pretty much like how this is spaghetti, going to specific places, but then we would have to make sure that each one has like its own in and out area. So instead of one lane going straight across, it would have to be something else. I'm not really sure what the vision's going to be at that point. And our power is slightly off from what we have. Let's throw in another row of wind turbines to send us over the edge. At some point, we might end up just being wind power because of how much of it we need. Okay, this should be level 4. Nope, some of them are level 5. Or they're all level 5. So we're getting our housing back up. We just need to wait for the amount of people we need. We do not have the amount of housing we need for the jobs yet. That's still going to be a while before we get up to efficiency points. How is this going? Oh, we have all of it done in enriched uranium. So we're almost done this stuff. The radiation core. We only have 150 left. Almost. Which might mean that we don't even have to increase this stuff for a while. I'm still debating on using the thing that allows us to have one less employee in each building. That lets us put in one more carbon. Because one person taken out of every building is beneficial, but not for efficiency of certain buildings that have a lot of people in it. One person taken out of 10 buildings doesn't make as much of an impact out of one person taken out of 1,000 buildings. This is still going up. That went from 308 to 316. Alright, we now have our housing up again. Is that the full max of our housing? We have 3 buildings that are not level 5. Let's do the math. I want to know what our total. So it's 36 people per building when it's level 5. There's 10 per row. So 10, 20, 30, 40. And then however many are in this middle row with the parks, which I think is just 7. That is 1,692 people. But that's not what the game is saying. The game is saying 1712. So I did math wrong. Are there 12 houses instead of 10? No, there's 10. 10, 20, 30, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 36 times 47, is it not 1692? Am I doing math wrong here? How is it 1712? I know there's not a full amount of people in the house, but that's because this population is in the same number. But how does 47 buildings of 36 people not equal this number? If that's the number it's saying we have enough housing for. Do any of these have a production boost? People can't live in here, right? No. I'm not reading this wrong, right? Is anyone else confused? 36 times 47 buildings is 1692, not 1712. The bottom line I'm trying to get to is, do we need more houses for the amount of stuff that we're still creating? Because we got to the point where if we do upgrade the houses to the next stage, level 6, is that going to give us a large boost of people? Or is it not going to be enough to counteract all the extra stuff we're building? Because I actually don't know what a level 6 house holds. Level 5 holds 36. I don't remember if it goes up 12 every time we upgrade. It went from 10 to 12. I don't remember if it went from 12 to 24 and then 36. How many levels would that have been? 24 would have been 4. 12 would have been 3. 10 would have been level 2. This is 10, so I don't know how the numbers go up. At some point we went up by 12. Maybe we went 10, 12, 15, 24, 36? Maybe. You're getting there. You're almost 100 away. We are now back to efficiency. So I'm giving the city a little bit of time to figure itself out. As the houses were upgrading, it should have slowly eased into having everything needed. We're also at the point where I would normally raid out, but we're going to keep going and try to finish up all of this stuff here. We have the high-tech workshop, which increases our productivity. So, we are actually going to take a detour. Ah, this requires us to make stuff. A single resource is delivered to industries in order of proximity and will be used until it is consumed. If you want to target them to specific industries, use districts or distribution centers. There are districts? How do we do district? There are districts. I could be using districts instead of this system here. Only this works right. So instead of doing this, I could put a district here and a district here and link them, and it would do the same thing as this. So again, that makes me not understand why those buildings are a thing. Over here, it makes it so that they specifically go in here and don't have a choice to go somewhere else. But if districts do the same thing, what's the point of these buildings? Especially since they only do one resource. If we put a district on this, we could have a district for sulfur coming straight in here and nowhere else, and sand going in here and nowhere else. That's just an icon for a car. Drag the mouse cursor between districts to create an export rule. Districts without export rules can export goods anywhere. We're gonna test this out, chat. We're gonna cover both sides of the road in case we need to expand later when the houses get bigger. And then it says, drag the mouse cursor between districts. I don't think that's what they meant. Maybe they meant like this. Okay, let's test it out. Why can't I delete you? It's because I'm still on that. I now realize why we have so much chemicals. But now they're not leaving. I think we did need a distribution center thing set up. I don't know where the nodes are anymore, so I'm just putting these in wherever. I think that's correct. You're supposed to be over here, okay. Chemical. Increase. Decrease. Move you over here. Chemicals. Decrease. Increase. Connect to here. Okay, so as far as I can tell, this is still being used the right way. Districts, on the other hand, I have no idea what goes on here. We're gonna ignore that. We're getting some traffic here. Why? Just a lot of traffic coming in and out? It looks like it. There's a subtle stopping point. But it's not too tragic. So let's keep going with our production. I hear Mama hissing at someone. They're probably bothering her underneath the couch. We need more nanotubes. We're gonna need a whole new place for these. Alright, that alone does a lot for us. If I move this road up, you're not going to be able to place there. And I kind of just want this stuff moved down one. So let's do just that. First thing we need to move are the power lines. Which means this one's going to be not there. Can I put you on the side road? I cannot unless I bring this over. Which disconnects it. Great. How can I move you over to that? Said that it was working and then it didn't. Okay, now that's all connected in. How far can you go before you stop working? You can go to there. That does enough. You down, down, then move this. We're gonna have to move the pipes that are underneath here too. I didn't realize how close to the mines they were gonna be. Also, why is that one not working? Oh, it is. Okay. Let's move this down. And then we end up moving the chemical stuff, which is somewhat easy to do. You need to be moved. This needs to be moved as well. This. Oh, I think I should have moved the road first. There we go, that's all connected in. You get moved down to here. Alright, and then we have to do the painstaking time of moving all of this. Or do we? Yes, we do have to move the blue chips down one. Because we're moving this road here down one. That includes this road. That means this has to be moved, and this has to be moved. Which seems to make it not accessible to certain places. So I'm going to place this one here. We're going to put a third one in. Right here. And we also need one for up here. So temporarily right there. Is there anything that's not covered right now? Ooh, there's a bunch of things over here. You right there. You're gonna have to go here. And then I'll have to put a road on you. This one... right there, and... right there. Where do the roads go? In... yes, and then yes. That should be everything. Visualizations. Can I see what I'm trying to get? Yes, I can. The only thing that it's not working with is this. So if it does do something with that, why not get that also set up to be more efficient? I wonder if that would cut the time down a little bit. It did not. Okay, on the other hand, we're at 436 out of 450. So we're getting closer. These don't have any roads. And I see that there's two kittens playing on the bed, and you guys can't see them. Shame. I think I need some type of camera that follows things. And then we just rotate the camera with them. Which may be difficult because there's 6 of them. But on the other hand, we only have, not including today, 6 more streams with all of them, depending on if we give them away in 2 weeks on Saturday. I don't know what the overall plan is for that. Okay, so this building might need to be moved. Oh, we didn't put the pipes yet. Let's do the pipes. We can delete that for a moment. There is a Chansey in chat. That is Gen 1. I don't think I've seen that. I have. So I'm forgetting a lot of Pokemon I've seen on stream. In various different channels. This goes to here. This goes to here. And then I'm going to delete this. Which goes down here. Then we can delete all this. Because this one goes up this way. Okay. They're fully connected in now. We're close to finishing off what we're doing, but also not close. And I think we can fit in the right amount of carbon nanotubes if I just move these around. So that should give us 4 more that we can place in. We also need more blue chips, I noticed. Don't know where they are. But anyway, let's go down here. I know I'm going all over the place trying to build all this up. But I'm hoping the order that I'm doing stuff is making traffic less of an issue. That's the wrong chemicals. I need this one. That makes exact. I'll do one more. Distilled water. That makes exact. Let's go one more. I really want to move you to there and still have you work, which you do. So I can put another thing of water in there. Okay. Let's see if we can fit in the amount of nanotubes that we need. That's 72, 78. That's a surplus right there. Which then means that we need blue chips. And now, as far as I can tell, except for water and carbon, we are fully set up to have the last stage of housing starting. And I need to extend pipes over here. So let's go down from the bottom and work our way up to see if there's anything that's not making a surplus. Right now, the food is making way too many. I'm gonna cut this down quite a bit. We're making 144 a minute and we only need 20.1. I don't think we need this many. 72. I'll stop at 60 just in case it fluctuates when there's people moving in. That's fine. Fine. That's a lot. What one is that? Is that the big farm? I think that's the big farm. It is. Which is making one extra organic waste? If I delete this, that went to 60. 40 is better in my eyes. Then we don't need this many little farms. Okay. That is right because we didn't put them on a road yet. Making a lot. Why do we have it so high? No idea. That's new stuff, so I'm not really focusing on it. That's making an exact amount. That's making an exact amount. I don't like either of them making the exact amount. What is this? Did we unlock adamantine mining? Large deposit of adamantine discovered. Antares has just collected a soil scan to assess its mineral richness. According to this data, there is a significant deposit of adamantine underground. This precious and extremely rare mineral is not present on Earth, and finding it in abundance is a real stroke of luck. Some scientists are beginning to wonder, would it be better to stay and study it? Cool, I suppose. In a moment I place this down, we sent our industrial chemicals over the edge. So I think we're going to continue this road. You know what? Let's turn it. I go like this. Makes sense in a moment. We start doing this. I'm gonna move all these around. It's gonna yell at me saying it doesn't have methane. And then if we do it again, I'm trying to fit more buildings in the same space. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Over here? That can't be right. It's gotta be in one down one. That goes there. That can stay where it is, and we need methane right here. Now when I add in another one, we have more room afterwards. Okay, surplus, surplus, surplus. We don't even need heat exchanger yet, but we're making it. Everything up to stem cells. Surplus. Probably making one too many of these. But we're at 8, so I think we're fine with that for right now. This is making an exact amount. Where are green chips? Right here. Let's put in 1 building of green chips. And now we're in ores. So we need another thing of iridium. Which means we need to extend our road. That'll get up and collected at some point. Uranium, we're fine. Aluminum, we're fine. Copper, we are not fine. Somehow we made copper needed. Let's go here. And just connect you in. Iron is fine. Oil is never fine for some reason. Can't place any more on that side of the road. So that's all the oil we needed for right now. And aside from carbon, it looks like we're fine on everything else. Except for steel. We're apparently making a little bit less steel than we need. Because we're trying to keep the steel and concrete to be the same number, as well as adding extra steel for this. So that would be 298.5. We're making like 6 shy of it. Let's go down here and add in hopefully the last carbon we need. Nope, we still need more. I'm just going to place them in there and hope for the best. Alright, let's look at our overlay. I had a feeling over here was not going to be covered. That's the highway. It's not going to work. Nope, you're not covered there. Okay. And it won't get covered there because this is a highway and I need to put a road. How big is this compared to the actual building? It's not that much bigger. Okay, we'll just place that in there and have it cover majority of them. You sent off the piece. So we finished another thing of the spaceship that we can take off of our list. So we have... Oh, I didn't update the list for a while. We have the radiation shield completed. We have the hull completed. Still have orbital scanners. We still have fuel cell, engine, computer deck, and array. So what I'm going to do for right now is update this to actually say communication array instead of comms. There we go. We only have 6 things left to fix. And look at the ship. It looks very fixed. There's only a few things left. Where is telescope? Telescope is in the front. Orbital scanners are on the sides. Fuel cells are in the back. The engine obviously is in the back. Computer deck somewhere in the center. And communication array is the things that I thought were fixed, but are not. So what should we set up as being the next thing? This is going to... you know what? I think on our to-do list, we're going to put these in the order that we unlock the signs for. We have this done. We have this ready. So I think we should put computer deck first. FTL engine, that is AI control unit, which is used for red science. That is superconductor, which is red science. That is the last thing. We're definitely doing telescope before orbital. But are we doing telescope before this? Yes, we are. FTL fuel, you're now underneath telescope. So in the order that we have things unlocked and are going to unlock, we're going to do the computer deck next because we have both of these ready. After that, we do the communication array because that is the VR edutainment, which we had just prepared to actually start using. And then after that, we are going all the way down to FTL engine because we have the AI control unit. We just have to implement building them. After that, we go down the telescope all the way at the bottom because at that point we'll have to unlock red science, which we already do have unlocked. We just don't have it using it yet. And then we also have to mine adamantine for this building. After that, we go back up to fuel cells because we'll have superconductor by that point because we'll have the red science completed. And then we go into this, which is the terraforming buildings. But anyway, what I'm going to do right now is start the computer deck. It's going to take computers, which may mean that our city starts downgrading because all the computers are getting sent to there. We should be okay. Now, I am going to keep these off of a road until we do that building. So we'll have to see how quickly we are upgrading this. I also need to figure out how we are going to put that on a road. I really want to put this over here, but it doesn't reach. So I think what I'll do is put that there, and then we'll put another one out here, just thrown about. Because it doesn't need to be delivering anything. Now these only take 2 items. I don't think we're going to need a large road for those 2 items. So I think if we just go like this... Ooh, that puts it on the road! We're going to go like this. You know what? If I just extend this 2 more, when we put it over here, they will get a boost. We'll make a little bit more than we need. Industrial waste recycling. Some of this building's industrial waste recycling. Refine around. Do I want to make industrial robots? It's the same exact recipe as home robots. I think I might want to set that up. I'm gonna put down 1 single industrial robot building and see what it requires. Because the recipe should be the exact same amounts and time. It's just used for different buildings. So we're gonna ignore if it says that I need more. It actually doesn't say I need any, which I find hard to believe. Good luck, Gino, in catching that Pokemon. Sableye. We now have unlocked Super Highway, so we have a highway that's even faster than our current highway. Why are you red and not the right number? That probably means you're not in power. You are not in power. It will be later, but for right now, I just want this number to say that we have enough. Now we have enough for the city. That says we don't have enough, but that's because we're using it. We actually do have enough. This we can ignore. We do have enough. Looks like the only thing we have to increase is one single motor. What does motor use? Motor uses copper bars. We have enough. It uses steel. We have enough. We probably should add one more building. And it uses oil. We still have a surplus, so I'm fine. Superhighways. You know what I could do is make this central thing a superhighway, and then everything else is just a regular highway. We definitely do want the aluminum to come in on a superhighway. Only issue is superhighways are only one direction. So we would actually have to place in a secondary line. And I'm thinking we just go off from right here. Oh, that's right where the power is. Why is this not on a straight line? Chat, nobody told me this wasn't straight. On the other hand, this does give us the room for this. It's saying we don't have enough steel? Wait a second, the power's not in a straight line either. Okay. Sorry for the flashing. Hopefully it doesn't bother anyone. Oops, that's the wrong button. And then we're going to bring all of this down one so that we can fit the highway right below it. Now over here it's going to be a little weird. But let's get this back. And then just straight down here. Is any part of that not working? Nope, it's all working. Okay, let's change all this. For a moment, it's not going to work correctly. Because we're going to have to switch the direction it's going in. Oh, I also upgraded that by accident. Alright, next thing I want to do is change that to be like this. It's going the right way. I need road open and reverse road. So whenever there's an icon, that's the road that we want to switch. Now, unfortunately, this isn't a drag thing. I have to actually click each time. And last one. That's fully done. That means the aluminum should be flying down this highway. Now we will be able to see something, but it should be very fast. I think I see them coming now. Fortunately, we don't have a way to showcase how fast it is going. What we do have a way to showcase is the traffic. Getting horrendous. I'm wondering if, just like before, we should put the connection into the highway lower. What if instead of them being able to turn left into that road, I just made them only go straight? And we were allowing people to turn left out of here. Well, they would get stuck on the people that are going straight across. I think I may have too many factory lines on this road. Like, I should separate this whole area from this area. And that there should be a second highway here. I'm gonna try something. I want to see how bad traffic gets when I switch that back. I know a lot of it's going to be switching to get onto here. But how badly? And traffic is stopping here to get across. You are home robots. What if we don't let them go straight? We could have done that. Make everything funnel through to get over to this side instead of going straight across. Which means that the stuff over here can leave quicker, and the stuff over here leaves the same way, or same speed. But then everything's going to want to funnel through here when everything's trying to leave. What if I switch to computers and these? What if I put the computers on the other side? Hold on a second. This may help us if I just go like this. And we... Not enough workers. Oh, our housing downgraded. That's fine, we're trying to fix it. All of this up here. All of this on the other side. Get rid of this entire road. Continue this going down. I'm going to add a few nodes. I think these are a little too far apart. Now we have more room for carbon nanotubes if we need to. This, we need to make sure that nobody goes straight across. And nobody goes straight across there as well. You go down. You do not turn left. That's for aluminum. Should you be turning left? Microchips. No. But you straight, you turning only. We're just not using that one lane. Does that mean we could turn this into a 2-lane road? What is coming back this direction? We could make this a no turn. So sensors would want to come up this way to get back down. And if for some reason you're going over here to come back, weird AI stuff, I guess. We might have wanted to keep the sensors on this side. So that this can stay flowing. And we're gonna delete that. Put these back over here. Which is going to be unfortunate for the Illumina that wants to come in here. In terms of the road, we do not want people turning left. Nobody turning right either. And that is the messages for the fifth hour. Let's click save on that because I don't think I ever changed the to-do list on your guys' and you don't have a road anymore. That's okay, you should be up here anyway. Oh, you're needed over here. I need a whole new one up here. How close are you to being finished? Relatively close. We could wait. We should be making computers a little bit faster now. I'm debating on if I should make this a highway going up to these buildings. Not sure. Why is it also getting hot in here? Okay, so with things going in here over the city, that's why we are low on people. After that, we shouldn't be doing something that requires... Oh, we do have the home robots. The home robots are going to keep them from going up to level 5. Unless that's what this is. I think computers is level 4. But once we do this, we'll be making another extra blue guy every time we use, or every time we produce them. And home robots get a boost as well. So we go down to AI control units. Okay, we're just waiting for this. We are not in the fastest speed anymore. So they're not waiting on anything, it's just us waiting for them. We make one every 10 seconds. We're not too far away. I think each truck for this only delivers one at a time. And look at how our factory town looks. Can I even get everything in one? I can get everything in one picture. Look at that. I think what we should do is wait for this to be finished and then wait for our city to grow. After that, we raid out. I tried to finish this as far as I could. How much longer do they have? It's about 20 pieces left. We'll make one every 10 seconds. It's maybe a couple more minutes. Now we're making more than one every 10 seconds. I did that math wrong. Why are we in yellow for few things? Food is now all of a sudden not doing too good. Oh, it's the people. It's our amount of workers. That's why things are not higher. That made me concerned for a moment there. We only have one more computer needed. There's the last computer. Now, for everything that needs a computer, they should be going out. So it looks like computers are for level 4. Yes. The home robot is for level 5. So once this is completed, we will immediately start communication array so that when we come back on Monday, our housing is actually not trying to upgrade to level 5 and instead staying at level 4. So we're just waiting for the last few seconds of this 1 minute. There we go. Next thing, communication array. Get those home robots in the VR edutainment. And there's an ad. So when we come back from the ad, that's when we're going to find out who we're going to raid out to. And since this needs the VR edutainment, I should probably wait to use it. So we'll get the neural processor sent out first. We are making a surplus because we have some of this just sitting here for the VR edutainment. So that should get done very quickly, so especially since it's only 150 pieces needed. And then the home robot should be done relatively soon after that. We are still having people move in, as far as I can tell, since our housing is higher than our population. I'm just waiting for the blue cubes to be completed so that we can start using this stuff. Wait, what? We have high-speed rail now. We haven't even used a single train. The moment we start using this, we're going to use as neuroprocessors. That's why I'm waiting until they're done first. Home robots, we're about 1/5 of the way done. The neural processors, we are exactly, or not exactly anymore. We are 2/3 done. So it shouldn't take too much longer. So let's take computer deck off the list. And by the time the ad is done, this should also be completed. The neural processors portion, at least. Now they're just climbing up the books. I had to find a new way to stack my books so that they don't fall. We are 8 pieces away from finishing up neural processors. One more truck. There it is. We can now put these on a road. They'll go straight into the ship as far as I know. And does that mean that we need to increase anything? Welcome back, chat. We have finished all the neural processors into the ship portion. We're doing the home robots. I had just moved the VR edutainment online. So that should be getting sent out and going straight into here first. Over the city. That's home robot. That's computer. Home robots should also be coming in here first because they're closer. I guess not. What we could do is set this up to be home robots since they're right here. That may actually make this work faster. Let's make sure that they still come out of here. Oh. No, those are industrial robots. Never mind. Are these home robots? No, that's industrial. That's a home robot. Okay, so they are coming out and going in here. Good, good, good. And now a ton of trucks are leaving here to go in the various directions, which should mean that this is getting their home robots faster. Do we have any level 6 buildings? That fly's still in my face. So we should be seeing that a lot of these buildings go down to level 4, being this, because the next thing was a home robot, and we're using that right now. So not many of these are going to stay level 5. We're still going to be in a deficit of workers. We are now about 5/10 of the way done, the home robots. I should have just said we're halfway done the home robots. And it appears that every home robot truck is just one robot each. So it's going to be a while before we get that done. But, as I said when you guys were in the ads, we are going to find out who we're going to raid out to. So, let's save that one last time so that the to-do list is updated. And we are going to take our picture like this. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.